As we remember, many will remember Skido as a local hero, an aficionado of melodies, a township legend, a successful businessman and entrepreneur, a benefactor and an ANC comrade, a man larger than life itself, a man no one could ever forget if they had ever been in his presence. He ran a brilliant race and sadly was called to the heavens so unexpectedly. Skido was born in Malvern on June 30th, 1958 to Anjal Sambia Naidoo and Muniama Naidoo Savi. His early years were spent on their property on Stella Road, later moving to Umhlatazana. He attended Umhlatazana Primary and thereafter Glenover Secondary, Orient High and ML Sultan Technical College. His father, Anjal Sambia, passed away on May 5th, 1973, when Skido was in his early teens. As he grew up under the loving care of his doting grandma, Taima, Auntie Sita, Uncle Ghana, and his mother. After his successful start in his career in Durban, he moved to Johannesburg to pursue his trade as an electrician. During this time, his political activism was sparked. He spent time with his friends in Soweto, where he became fluent in several Nguni languages. He returned to Durban and married Dicey Govender and had 2 children, Deson and Alicia, and flourished in business. Skido moved back to Malvern in the 1990s, where he bought a house in Fremantle Road. Skido's love for jazz, arts and culture, and politics made him fluent in many circles and was an engaging conversationalist who was well versed on many subjects. Regular jam sessions were held in his homes, which housed many musical instruments. Skido crossed many barriers and borders and mingled with the greats. He became a firm friend to musicians Sipho Gumeda and Ray Phiri, both legendary guitarists whom he admired greatly. Skido was immensely saddened by their passing and endeavored to keep their legacies alive. Skido's sense of style was inspired by his father, a prominent fashion designer. Later on, he acquired his own sense of style and set trends. Skido's enjoyment of music and entertainment started as a member of a bugle band in high school where he played the trumpet. He later opened a club and also paid tribute to the music legends by investing in Legends Restaurant in Musgrave. Skido became an ardent ANC supporter in his youth and later on readily provided sound engineering for the party's rallies and functions. He also actively canvassed and mentored the ANC youth members. He crossed paths with Jacob Zuma, who he held in high esteem, and became a personal friend to him and his family. As the only brother to his sisters, he was showered with adulation, love, and care. He displayed great affection to his siblings, his nieces and nephews, as well as their children. He relished the moments he spent with the little ones and used the time spent with them as teaching moments. He had deep affection and looked forward to spending time with his granddaughters, Kimia and Catalia. He was extremely proud of his daughter Alicia, a law graduate, and his son Deson, a reputable businessman. He showered them with praise and motivated them to succeed. Skido was a high achiever that drove his dream, lived in his dream, and achieved respect from many. He had exceptional talent and was immensely creative, energetic, and dedicated to whatever he pursued. He was sometimes ahead of time, innovative, and project-driven. His influence was felt across generations, colors, and creeds. His exuberance and excitement when undertaking new projects to which he learned his exceptional skill and knowledge was remarkable. He lent support when friends and family were in financial difficulty and needed a helping hand or a favor, and always opened his home to his friends. His generosity was always evident. His friends enjoyed great company, comfy accommodations, and excellent food in his home. His hospitality was unsurpassed. Skido's enduring quality is that he loved unconditionally. Little things people did for him made him happy and grateful. Being Skido Naidoo's son, he had huge shoes to fill, and he did so with gusto. He talked the talk and walked the walk, and he has now reunited with his late father, uncles, brother-in-law, and fallen brothers and sisters. Till we meet again.
तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात् ओम नमः शिवाय नमः ओम नमः शिवाय नमः ओम नमः शिवाय नमः विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णु प्रचोदयात् ओम सर्वत्र गोविंद संकीर्तनम गोविंद 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 गोविंद
எனது அன்பு தெய்வங்களே, நோயில்லா வாழ்க்கையில் குறிப்பிட்டு சிவர் தந்த பலன் போல், அதாவது நமது காதல் சென்ற திரு Naidoo Skido அவர்களுக்கு. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise, put our hands together, and join the bereaved family in your prayer.
All the media
together with basically officers and commissary, we are ready to call each one of you for a moment of time to offer contributions.
My name is Peggy Modley, and I'm Skido's cousin. We both have shared many things together in terms of the same birth dates, the same initials, and we grew up as little boys together at my granny's house. I will be program directing this entire session with my cousin Eulogy. Please forgive me. A bit of housekeeping. If anybody needs some water, there's water at the back in bottles. If you need to use the toilets are on my left-hand side in the middle of the hall, if anybody needs to use it. Our program is long, so we also want to make an appeal to all those that are going to be speaking, and we know there's hundreds of people who would love to be up here talking about Skido. Please keep it short so that you can get through the entire program before 2 o'clock. As our religion and custom dictates that the body needs to leave the hall at a certain time, the crematorium is available only at a certain time, and we do not want to delay the program, and we don't want to disappoint speakers where we will not be able to ask you to speak. So to all those that are going to be assisting us in running this program, please be punctual in what you are doing. I'm going to call on my cousin Eulogy to welcome you formally and introduce part of the program to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eulogy, one of Skido's 4 sisters, and today it is with a very heavy heart that I stand here before you to address you on this very deeply somber occasion. I'd like to, on behalf of Alicia, Ushen, Daryl, Kajal, Dicey, my mom, my siblings, and the entire Naidoo family, thank you and welcome you to celebrate the life of Skido. Skido had countless brothers in music, and today, one of his countless brothers, Madlala Kunene, is going to grace us with a very special song for Skido. So without further ado, I'd like to call upon Skido's brother, Madlala Kunene.
manje ngizodlala iculo lithi 1 2 3 Matakota free ngoba iculo lakhe mfowethu nangiya.
Mfowethu Skido ambe kahle mfana wami, ambe kahle. Moya wakho uthanda wonke umuntu, ungazi ukuthi uyikhona ngokhuluma. Ngakho-ke namhlanje siyaxolisa baba. Ngabe ngiyahlala kuze kushaye 2 or 3 manje nginomsebenzi engiwenza ngo-12 o'clock namhlanje. Ngakho ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Nawe mfana wami yazi siphila ngawo lo msebenzi. Usuku lanamhlanje ngithe wathi ubasic
omulumbantu wethu wathi bafo ngiyefika ekuseni ukuhambela ngathi cha noma kanjani yes ngiyabonga kakhulu phezulu mfana wami nawe la Silver Fox. Thank you.
Thank you, Madlala Bafo. The next person I'd like to grace us with a prayer with is Skido's niece, Priyanka Kupasamy.
Samati. Pray you'll be alright. Watch us where we go. Help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer. When we lose our way, lead us to a place, guide us with your grace, to a place where we'll be safe. I pray we'll find your light and hold it in our hearts. Stars go out each night. Remind us where you are. Let this be our prayer. When shadows fill our day, lead us to a place, guide us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be safe. World where pain and sorrow will be ended, and every heart that's broken will be mended, and we'll remember we are all God's children, reaching out to touch you, reaching to the sky. We ask that life be kind, watch us from above. We hope each soul will find another soul to love. Let this be our prayer. Just like every child, just like every child needs to find a place, guide us with your grace, give us faith so we'll be safe. Lift us to a place, soul will be I love you, Uncle Skido.
Thank you, Priyanka, for that beautiful tribute to your uncle. Family and friends, you realize that this is no ordinary funeral. It's a funeral filled with music. Because Skido loved music. Music was part of his soul and his life. And you'll find many different musicians all wanting to play tributes to him. And the next set of musicians is Melvin, who was an educator of jazz and a pianist, and Logan Bryan, who was a bass guitarist, excellent artists that would like to render tribute to Skido. Thank you. Northern and local for that really touching tribute. I now am going to call upon Lucien Govindasamy, who, Lucien is Alicia's husband. Alicia is Skido's daughter. Lucien is going to be talking on behalf of Daisy, Daryl, Alicia, Kajal, and the grandkids.
Ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, today we get here to say our final goodbyes to a truly extraordinary man, a gentleman and a pioneer, my father-in-law. He was a man of immense integrity, a pillar of strength, and a source of boundless love. However, it's not easy to say goodbye to someone who's been part of our lives for so long. When that person is gone, there's a hole in our life that cannot be filled. That's what many of us are feeling today. Some of you knew my father Skido better than others, but you were here because he had an impact on your life in some way or another, and you want to honor that. And because he did affect you in some way, it's not going to be easy to say goodbye. As his life was a testament to the values he held dear: compassion, kindness, and unwavering dedication to family. He approached every challenge with passion, courage, and by showing us the power of resilience in the face of adversity. His wisdom was a guiding light, and his knowledge of almost everything was truly impressive. His presence brought a sense of calm and reassurance, and his absence will leave an indescribable emptiness. He was a loving father, a devoted grandfather, a loyal friend, always ready to lend a helping hand. As we remember him today, let us celebrate the countless memories we shared. For me, one in particular comes to mind, was when his granddaughter Camilla was about 1. He and I began working on a trampoline for her. My father-in-law would look at the instructions, and I could clearly hear him saying, "I got this." It took us 3 hours to complete, but once it was done, the first thing he did was get Camilla and put her on their trampoline. His achievement was not completing the trampoline, but seeing Camilla jumping, laughing, and being happy. That gave him all the satisfaction he needed. This was one of the many lessons he imparted, which was showering us with his love. While he may no longer be with us in body, his spirit lives on in the stories we tell, the traditions we uphold, and the values we carry forward. I, for one, will always ensure that my daughter remembers him for this. I also have a few special words from the family that I'd like to share. From his son Jason, commonly known as Daryl, I would like to share a little of my experience from my dad. He was a very tough man that was hard to please because of his high standards. We had a lot of fond memories together and difficult ones as well. It was not easy being Skido's son because of the character he was. I felt I would never live up to the man he wanted me to be. But being a dad now to get to here, I know what it is to have a child. And everything he has done was to bring out the best in me because of his love for multicultural music, politics, and black empowerment. This all shaped me into becoming a successful man. It also made me a diverse person, and in the end, he told me how proud he was of me. I never thought he would feel that way, but I now know his heart was always in the right place. My father did a lot for people. He was a true legend. His shoes will be never filled. He was a jack of all trades. He was a man ahead of his time. I love you, Dad. I will always remember all that we did and what you instilled me. From his daughter Alicia, they say you only have one life to live, but I've come to learn that my dad led many lives in these many chapters of his 65 years of work. He lived a more colorful, vibrant, and richer life than most people can experience in 5 lifetimes. He didn't believe in an 8-to-5 job or working for other people. He did what he wanted, whenever he wanted to, no questions asked. He was a risk taker and truly believed in nothing ventured is nothing gained. I'd like to think that his risk paid off. Today you will hear or would have heard Dad's political and musical affiliations and what an integral role they played in his life. But amazingly, he never pressured my brother and I to get involved in either. He respected us to walk our paths and not follow in his footsteps. As long as we didn't bring him into disrepute, he was happy. Our relationship had its ups and downs, and sometimes the road was rocky. It was impossible to walk because we were both strong-minded and hot-tempered. A turning point came when I introduced my now husband Hussein to my dad. My dad enjoyed Hussein's company and manner. It gave me immense pleasure knowing that I gave my dad a grandchild, because Camilla gave him great joy and happiness. He called her my sunshine, my everything. And he was the first person she said, "I love you too." If you spend enough time in my dad's company, you would remember him for these words of advice. Live a debt-free life. Don't live to impress others, because others don't pay your bills. Set your child up for the future. Move to an progressive setup. Travel and see the world. You must have a vision. From his daughter-in-law, Kajal. As we gather here today to celebrate the life and legacy of a remarkable man, my father-in-law. He was not only a father figure to my husband, but also a guiding light for the entire family. His kindness and wisdom and sense of humor touched us all. He taught us the importance of love, compassion, and unity. I'm reminded of the countless stories he shared, the laughter he brought, and the lessons he imparted. I'm truly grateful for the time we spent and the memories we created. As we say our final goodbyes, let us remember the moments that made us smile, the advice that guided us, and the love that bonded us together. His spirit will continue to live on in each of us, in the lessons we carry forward, and the love that we share. Rest in peace, my dear father-in-law. Your memories will be forever. Your memory will forever be entrenched in our hearts. We will miss you, especially your granddaughter Catalia, better known as Wheels, as he would say, until we meet again. From my mom-in-law, Skido Naidoo. Skido loved Daryl, Alicia, Kajal, and Michelle with his heart and soul. I was so blessed because I chose to marry a man who spoiled me with the best of the best. When Skido and I became grandparents, it was celestial. We bonded more due to his love for both his granddaughters, Camilla and Catalia, which was unconditional. We realized that life was all about caring and loving our grandchildren and our kids. This gave us much happiness and much joy. There were many fond memories that we shared and many happy times that we had. You will forever have a piece of my heart, and I'll never forget you. Thank you for the life we had. His granddaughters dedicated a poem which says, "In your wisdom and grace, Grandpa dear, through laughter and stories you've drawn us near. With memories cherished, forever they will stay. In my heart, you will forever light my way. The bond we share, Grandpa, will always glow. As you journey ahead, please know you are adored. In my thoughts and in my heart, forevermore. Farewell, dear Grandpa, with love so true. Your legacy lives on in all that we do. With gratitude and fondness, I bid you goodbye. In this tapestry of life, your imprint will never die. In parting, let us find solace in knowledge knowing that he is at peace. As we bid farewell, let us honor his legacy by continuing to live our lives with the same love, compassion, and strength he exemplified. Thank you, Father-in-law. I love you. Thank you for enriching our lives in countless ways. You will always be remembered and cherished, deeply missed. May you rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Ushe, for representing the family in terms of their thoughts. I now am going to call upon Becky Toza, who's going to render an item in tribute of Skido. While we're waiting for Becky, you ready?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Baby Kosa. Not Kosa. Misplacing me when you say Kosa. Anyway, thank you. I'm playing here. And the song is I'm going to play Skido. Skido was everything. It's amazing today that he's gone and he was a man of projects. It's a big project that he was supposed to do. I don't even know how it's going to end. But anyway, this song I'm going to play is from my album. It's called Soul Cry. For the reason that even if death is a billion years around, but we are not used to it. We don't get used to it. It's called Soul Cry. It's really
Thank you so much, Becky. We appreciate Becky. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm sure Skido's around. His spirit is here and he will hear it. For those that just come in, this is also a celebration of the life of Skido, a person that loved his music. So we've got various artists that have implored us that they would like to come and offer their tributes to Skido with respect to music. I'm now going to call upon Yoshi to do the eulogy and a walk down memory lane in terms of what Skido has meant to the family.
Good morning again. Many of you knew Skido for his significant contribution to music, the arts, his dedication to causes, an ANC comrade, or simply just a friend. Today, I want to talk to you about my brother Skido. When Skido came into this world, our family resided on Stella Road in Malvern. His arrival on the 30th of June in 1953, as he was the first son of my grandfather's eldest child, my father, Skido Naidoo. His birth was celebrated as a momentous occasion. Skido was named Paramananda by Swami Sivananda, who prophesied that he would become a legend. The name itself and transcendence, which truly matched Skido's character. He was cherished by many, but held a place that was so special in the heart of our grandmother, whom he affectionately called Ava. She ensured that he lacked for nothing and received only the best. Growing up with Skido was a constant adventure. He bestowed each of our siblings with endearing nicknames used. Our childhood was filled with laughter, pranks, and especially during our gatherings with cousins, we would have fun beyond belief. Skido starts from scratch, leading us in exhilarating races throughout the neighborhood. Unbeknownst to us, we were the envy of the entire area. Reflecting on those years, it's evident how mature he was and how beyond his age Skido was. Skido attended Glenova High before transferring to Orient High and subsequently to Amal Sultan Technical College. His trumpet echoed through the streets as he returned home from Glenova, a testament to his early love for music. We were exposed to a variety of music genres thanks to him, but his heart truly belonged to jazz. Skido's love for music is evident today, and I want to thank all his musician brothers who have honored him here today. Clothing. From his tailored school uniform to his casual wear, brands like Monatic Vayela, Levi Strauss, London Fog, and Bostonians adorned his cupboard. Even his Jack Purcell sneakers remained immaculately white. My sister and I held him in such high regard that we proudly wore his hand-me-downs as teenagers, emulated his style, and we were so proud of it. His first car, a vibrant green Datsun, became a symbol of his independence at just 16. Memories of joyous rides in that car remain etched in our minds. As he entered the workforce as a panel wireman, he generously treated us to weekend getaways. While others frequented Pelican or Sol Namara for parties, our destinations were to the Executive or Star Point 5 in Umlazi. Weekends meant at the best places, creating unforgettable memories. In the early 80s marked Skido's move to Johannesburg, where he immersed himself in culture, mastering various African languages. During his visits to Durban, he was often accompanied with Sipho or by Sipho Gumede, who he regarded as a brother, a talented bass guitarist who became an extended part of our family. These visits were filled with lively conversation and music sessions featuring his favorite South African artists such as Stamela, Joy, and Spirits Rejoice. In the mid-80s, Skido returned to Durban, where he continued to be an integral part of our lives. He married Dicey, and together they welcomed Alicia and later Daryl into their lives. Skido ventured into entrepreneurship, found welding, a supplier of welding material, protective gear, and gases to the motor industry, including Toyota South Africa. He later launched his trucking company. His home became a haven for many, a place where guests were welcomed warmly by Dicey's delicious meals. During the 90s, I believed Portnet at the Combi terminal. Skido's connection with Sipho Nyabo, the manager of the ocean terminal, led to a fortuitous meeting with Bransby Sokopo, my boss at the time. Skido's infectious charisma and demeanor endeared him to many, resulting in his involvement in classified port security matters. Together, we attended clandestine, prepared classified documents until the early hours of the morning, and we even visited the offices of Jacob Zuma so often. Skido's dedication had no bounds. He poured himself in every commitment. I don't believe that there was a single subject that Skido and I discussed where he didn't exhibit eloquence. His knowledge spanned a vast spectrum, allowing him to converse about any topic, whether it was global politics, geography, resources, or more. From music to business and beyond, Skido was a veritable encyclopedia. His journeys took him to every corner of the world. On one occasion, we traveled together to Thailand, and during that adventure, I witnessed his unwavering eagerness to immerse himself in diverse cultures. He swiftly grasped local language, engaging in basic conversations with Thai locals. He explored temples, embraced new cuisines, and formed connections with people from all walks of life. In our household, Christmas lunches held great significance, and Skido was a consistent present at these festive gatherings. His youthful spirit was palpable, and he effortlessly kept up with the changing times, evident in his ever attire. When he reached the milestone of 60, his age defied belief. And I remember orchestrating a 60th birthday celebration for him. He playfully requested not to have a candle in the shape of the number 50, humorously aiming to keep his age a secret. Even in his latter years, Skido retained his love for celebration, and some of our most cherished recent memories revolved family functions where we wholeheartedly danced to the rhythm of We Are Family. Skido's heart brimmed with affection for his grandchildren, Kimia and Catalia. His devotion to them was distinct, and he found immense joy in discussing their lives. Additionally, he had a special place in his heart for the grandchildren of his siblings, showering them with affection and adoration. In the essence of time I've shared a glimpse of a multifaceted individual that Skido was, a legend in the making, a beloved brother, a music lover, a fashion enthusiast, a caring father and grandfather, a successful entrepreneur, a philanthropist, a comrade, a sound engineer, a loyal friend, and so much more. His impact on all of us is immeasurable, and his spirit will live on forever in our hearts. The news of Skido's passing was utterly surreal. His radiant, dynamic soul, overflowing with vitality, laughter, and love, has departed in the most unexpected manner. Only the divine knows the true magnitude of the impact his passing will have. He shall forever remain cherished and indelibly remembered in our hearts. My dear brother, Skido. Ladies and gentlemen, my son Donovan, who is Skido's eldest nephew, could not be at the funeral today as he is hospitalized in Cape Town. However, he sent me a little message which he asked that I share with all of you. So here goes. Uncle Skido, you lived multiple lives, but in one, stepping into big roles and doing so with style, often donning Louis Vuitton. He dressed sharp, was a pillar in his family and a leader in business, a comrade. He left behind an indelible mark in history with an A+. His passion for jazz, culture and politics allowed him to navigate many spheres. He journeyed across boundaries and associated with greats. He not only dreamt big, but realized those big dreams, earning admiration from many. Skido is remembered as a hometown hero, a melody enthusiast, an accomplished businessman, an ANC ally, and a true OG. I had the privilege to know him as my uncle. I can envisage the grand facilities in heaven now. Don't have too much fun, Uncle Skido. I love you, Donovan. Thank you. I'd now like to call upon one of Skido's very dear musician friends who played second bass with Sipho Gumede during his solo career, and that is Bongani Nwanyana.
The band will play.
Okay.
I'll introduce the
Yeah.
band. I'll introduce the band. Right?
Okay, because you've got the names.
Thank you for that beautiful piece of great jazz. We appreciate it. Our next speaker, Linda Boccosini, who is the CEO of the Playhouse Company, a very close friend of Skido, and he has also helped a lot at that set. Linda Boccosini, to please come forward.
Dear sister, the Honorable Maggie Govender and her organizing team, for inviting us at the Playhouse to share a few words at this august occasion. To Skido's family, friends, community, and fellow mourners at large, I share words with the hope that they will bring comfort during this difficult time for his family. The words are taken from Psalm 147, verse 3, and they read thus: God heals the brokenhearted, and he binds up their wounds. At such a time when not much and when no one can fully help us to understand death, I'd like to point the family to God Almighty for his comforting and strengthening grace and mercy. My early memory of Skido goes back to the beginning of the 2000s when we first met during the first year of Celebrate Durban. Now, our city had this beautiful idea of celebrating our city, its people, and all the beautiful things that it has to offer. My common denominator with Skido was another gentleman who passed on a little too soon. His name was Sifiso Zulu, and I'm sure quite a number of you remember him because, like Skido, he was larger than life. He loved people. He loved his community. I found Skido to be strong-willed, to be passionate. He was my compatriot. He was my comrade. What came out most vividly is that Skido would not compromise. He wanted all those who were charged with the responsibility to offer services to Celebrate Durban to make sure that they rendered the very best on behalf of our city, and that in the process there was empowerment, transfer of whatever resources that were made available by our city. And he just wanted us all to have fun, but not lose sight of serving the city. And on various occasions when he came to the Playhouse, I found him to always be very jovial. He had this larger-than-life smile and laughter, always respectful, and he had a very loving personality as he towered far above most of us. Skido left a legacy of attributes that I've highlighted above, and may we all continue to do our very own best in charging our responsibilities to bring joy to our loved ones and our community, and to support one another as committed citizens of eThekwini and of South Africa. Skido uyibekile indugu ebandla. Those who can translate to English, please do so eloquently. In short, it means he has placed his very best at the behest of the table of humanity for us to take a leaf from how he lived his life generously and in support to music and musicians, Obut Begi Lapaya, Obut Bongani Lapaya, Nabanye Abaningi, who have benefited from Skido's love of music and larger than life love for humanity. He loved to love with people around him. May his soul rest in peace, and I leave you with comforting words from Psalm 73, verse 26. When my flesh and heart fail, God is the strength of my heart, and he is my portion forever. I thank you.
The next speaker we would like to call upon is Maggie Govender, a very, very close friend and an ANC comrade of Skido. Maggie.
I don't know where to start. What I can say, sitting there and listening to the, Skido's beloved musos, this was Skido. The music that came through was the life of, Skido and the vibrancy. So thank you very much, guys. It's difficult to stand here today and talk in the past tense about a person who was full of life, loud, noisy, and who just simply could not be ignored. You couldn't ignore Skido. And that was Skido. He was a larger-than-life person who, as somebody recently told me, could often be misunderstood, but whose heart was always in the right place, and you had no doubt about that. He was what we would in the old days call a fixer, somebody who had an extensive network of contacts and who always knew someone, somewhere, who could do whatever you needed to be done, and Skido would ensure that it was done. As the ANC, the African National Congress, we had access to this vast network through Skido, and he willingly performed an array and variety of tasks for us, which I won't talk about, but they were many. Comrades will remember him stopping traffic during our motorcades to allow our vehicle convoy to proceed. He'd get out, stop the traffic, don't worry about the police, just stop the traffic, let this ANC convoy go through. It could also be sorting out a truck. One of the activists reminded me that Skido was probably one of the first people to introduce the concept of mobile outdoor stages when he allowed us to use his flatbed trucks as stages to address outdoor meetings. On the matter of trucks, Skido had some really classy trucks that again were put at the disposal of the ANC. One of my sons recalls an event at the Chatsworth Center where one of Skido's trucks was used. Chan took the boys to look at the interior of the truck, and Skido came over. And he said, "You're showing them the inside, but that's not good enough. This job has to be completed." And he put the boys into the truck, and delightedly, they went off with him on a spin. Needless to say, he became one of their favorites. And Skido loved his kids. And this truck had the name Daryl painted inside. He was the sound guy, providing sound equipment and whatever we needed for meetings, events, and the like at no cost. And this was the thing about Skido. He shared what he had freely, with no strings attached. And there's a lesson to be learned from this, and hopefully we learn that one. He was like a chameleon. or like Joseph, a person of many facets and hues, he was a musicophile. I learned that word from him, a musicophile. He loved music, but he couldn't sing a note. He understood it very well, though, and he had an extensive collection of really good stuff. He used to speak endlessly of Chipaka, Ray Piri, with whom he had a lifelong bond. Ray was Skido's brother, friend, everything. And when he was in town, we knew that we would not see Skido for quite a while the two of them, staying over at Skido's place, would catch up on each other's lives. Sipho Gumede was another with whom Skido shared a really close bond, but I'm going to leave that for Mantombi to talk about. He really loved music. He used to frequent clubs and shows all over the place and was well versed in the various forms of music. And the presence today of so many musos bears testimony to that. Thank you for those of you who agreed to play here without hesitation and those of you who agreed to speak. He was a trailblazer, as shown by his living in Soweto and developing lifelong friendships from amongst the community there. His friendships with Stimela, Hot Sticks, and a host of others germinated in Soweto. Remember also that it was extraordinary and indeed risky for a so-called Indian to be living in Soweto, but that is what Skido did, and he loved it. He would regale us with accounts of the time that he spent in Soweto, and you could see that it was one of the best periods of his life. He spoke fluent isiZulu, amongst other languages, and used his command of the language to good effect, putting out fires when there was conflict, calling people out when they did things, unaware that there was someone who understood what they were up to, and hence what was going on, and generally helping to build better communication and relationships in our diverse environment. He had a wonderful relationship with people who returned from exile and who came to live in this ward. People like Topsy, Lambo, Fatima Nehara, and many, many others have lots of stories to share and fond memories of this chap who made them welcome, who opened his home to them, and who shared so much with them. He was fiercely loyal and protective. He would put his life on the line for those he cared about. And I say this from personal experience. When he appointed himself my protector in very tough times, I always felt secure, knowing that Skido was somewhere out there ensuring that I was safe. He was devastated when Charm died, having shared a very close relationship with us. We were used to Skido's regular visits that went long into the night and never ended when he got into his car saying goodbye, but then continued for hours thereafter. He used to sit outside and smoke with Charm, and I would join them with my tea, and we would talk endlessly. And that was the other side to Skido, the serious side, which he did not reveal to many. To most people, he was just Skido, the noisemaker, the joker, the party animal, but there was definitely much more. He was critical of those who exploited others to get rich quickly. He did not have time for those who used others. He was loyal to the African National Congress, despite having issues with some of the things that were happening. However, he also believed that there were good people there and expressed his confidence that things would come right. So much so that after not being in any leadership position for years on end, he availed himself to serve on the ANC Ward 65 Branch Executive Committee. And that's another lesson we must take from Skido. Charm said the same thing. The rice cooks in the pot. We must all roll up our sleeves to get right, not shout on the outside. Skido's passing on is indeed a tragedy. Are suddenly duller and too quiet. I am certain that there will be some good music, fun, laughter, friendship, and comradeship wherever he finds himself. Hamagafle, comrade.
Thank you so much, Maggie, for that. Before I introduce the band to you, Maggie spoke about Skido and his trucks. On a lighter side, when we were very young, talking about 4, 5, especially 5, 6, 7 years old, my aunt and my granny them used to have a problem when they are looking for the pot lids. Skido used to steal the pot lids, lock himself in the toilet, and he'll be driving his trucks. So the pot lid was his steering, to drive his trucks. So at the age of 6, 7, 8, Skido loved the pot lid. He loved driving trucks. His dream was to own trucks, which is amazing for somebody at that age to achieve what they thought about when they were little children, more as a game than anything else. And I still fondly remember the first truck Skido bought, and he says, "Cuz, I bought my first truck, let's go for a spin." And I came down from Marisburg, and we went for a spin in Skido's first truck. And he says, "You see, you used to tease me about my trucks, but I've got my truck now." So it's perseverance. I want to introduce to you now the band that's going to play. I asked them, what is your name of the band? And I was told they go as Friends of Skido, with their band manager Raj Kupasamy and the following gentlemen: Raymond, Rogers, Sydney, Babs, Michael John, and Jason. And they're going to play a song that was one of Skido's favorite songs. It was a song by Darius Brubeck, the artist, and it's called Friends and Strangers. The band has practiced long hours to ensure that this is a perfect rendition and tribute to Skido. So over to you, Raj, and your band.
Ladies and gentlemen, picking up from, firstly, I just want to say thank you to Skido's childhood friends. Raymond lived in our area, and I know that Skido was a part of his band. And as Maggie rightfully said, he couldn't sing a note, but nevertheless, he was still part of that band. And then Jason, who is a childhood friend of Skido's, we basically grew up together, lived in the same household, and I think Jason was in nursery school with Skido and then continued his education with Skido as well. We also just want to say thank you to Roger, who lives currently with Skido. Thank you, Roger, and to the rest of the band members, thank you so much. That reminded me of walking into Skido's home, and it took me back to that space. I just want to pick up from what Maggie spoke about Skido's stint in Soweto. And sat next to me what was this charismatic gentleman, and we began to have a conversation. We were total strangers, but I think I have a little bit of Skido's DNA in me, and so we decided, we began to have a conversation. And in that conversation, it came to the fore that this gentleman had a love for jazz music, and he was, in fact, a musician. At which time, I bragged about my brother, and I spoke of his love for jazz music. And so, very intrigued, he said to me, "So who is your brother?" And I said, "It's Skido Naidoo." And he put his hands in his head and he said, should I say, put his head in his hands and he said, "What is your name again?" And I replied, and he said, "It is my honor to meet you today. I'm going to tell you a story of Skido." And I was so taken aback when he said, "The pillow that I lay my head on is the pillow that Skido slept in or laid his head on when he stayed in Soweto. He slept on my bed and used my pillow." He began to tell me about what Skido used to do and how they used to spend their time together in Soweto, which Skido never spoke about too much. And then he said to me, obviously we couldn't go out during the day because of the danger that was posed to the comrades, and only Skido could go out. So in the weekdays, they kind of were in hiding, and in the weekends, it was high-profile meetings and lots of, late nights. By the way, the gentleman's name was Begi Mseleko, and he said to me, on a Monday morning, Skido would be really tired, and he refused to get up to go to work, and they would say to him, "Skido, you need to get up. You need to go to work, because if you don't go to work, we are not going to eat." And that touched me. So I thought that was a story that was apt for me to share with you today. The next speaker I'm going to call upon is my very dear sister, who also shared a very close bond with Skido, Priya Kupasamy. Thank you.
Skido was our Che Guevara. Vanakkam, namaste, dumela. Good day to one and all of you. Today I stand here with a broken heart, but it actually brings me joy to see so many of you here gracing our presence to honor my brother Skido. My name is Priya Kupasamy, and I am Skido's elder sister. My sister Angel, Lushen, and the speakers before me beautifully encompassed Skido's life's journey and achievements. I, on behalf of my family, would like to use this platform to commemorate my brother Skido. Let me take you down memory lane. So Skido, more affectionately known as Sivaraj or Sivi, was born with a silver spoon. He was so spoiled, loved, and nurtured. But some of this was sadly taken away by the passing of my dad at a very young age. But with the support of my uncle GS, my granny, and other family members, Skido was able to hang on to that baton. He quickly grew up, assumed leadership, and was able to overcome many, many challenges. At the age of 14, he built his own discotheque. And at the age of 20, he built a fully fledged merry-go-round. And I believe during this time, he realized he was a genius, blessed with many talents and destined for a great future. Skido could be anything he wanted. He was an accountant, a panel wireman, an electrician, a builder, a comrade, a mentor, a musician, a sound engineer, and a philanthropist, and that was my Skido. Skido shared a very close relationship with my family. He had huge admirations for my girls, Kerry and Priyanka, and I know they held a special place in his heart. My two grandsons, Gio and Liam, brought him a lot of joy. So when Skido visited, the neighbors knew he had arrived because the sound system will be plugged in, and there was Raj on the strings. The music will be cranked up 10 decibels. Gio and Liam on the keyboard and drums, and Skido on the mic. Now, Skido on the mic, you try taking that mic away from him. You would have no chance. But you know what? This was his happy time. And this is something we will really, really miss. So I did not speak to my brother every day, nor did I message him every day. But when I paused to think about him, I would smile as I felt loved. I felt safe. I felt proud. And I felt elevated because I was Skido's sister. No disrespect, but that's the bond we shared. Skido actually appreciated the little things I did for him. And when we celebrated his birthday, his text message to me was, Pri, may God bless you and your family. Skido, we will really, really miss you. Thank you for being our support. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for always being there for us. But most of all, thank you for being our Skido, my Anna. We love you forever. Peace would be with you, my soldier. Peace would be with you, my comrade. And peace be with you, my Anna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya, for that. We will be now presenting a slideshow, but just to touch on what Priya had spoken about Skido, I remember one year I stayed at Priya's house while I was doing some metric marking, and Skido knew I was there. And he comes that evening for supper, and he brought something that I hadn't eaten for many years, which was radish and and shrimp. And he says, you know what, I cooked this for you because I know you haven't eaten this, and we've spoken about this some time ago. And I tell you, I felt so, humbled by the fact that he even thought about something like that. A simple dish, radish and shrimp. Raj, are we ready for the slideshow? Okay. We're now going to run you through a slideshow on the life of Skido. So if you can all, I wonder if
Skido shared in the early 80s. He was a very, very bosom pal with the owner of Moon Hotel, who is here today. We've been talking, and there's been many, many messages that has been coming from all over the world to honor Skido. However, the gentleman that would like to speak on behalf of all of these people that have been messaging from the UK, from the US, and all over the world is Mr. Ramal Bagwandin, the owner of the Moon Hotel in Clarewood.
You think you can put a mic stand?
No, we don't. No.
I can hold it for you. You want me to hold it? No, don't worry. We'll try and manage it.
I'll take the bag.
Yeah. Good afternoon. And on behalf of the family, I would like to thank one and all of you for standing and rallying around the family during these difficult times. I'm going to speak from two aspects. From the musical aspect, which Skido and I shared over 30 some odd years. And Skido was really a jack of all trades. Speakers earlier on spoke about his connections. And when I started the jazz, he lent me his piano and never really asked for it until in time I acquired a grand piano. He's been begging me over the months and years to get the Moon revived. And as many of you know, that we had serious problems during the July unrest and the business was damaged. He came to visit me and he said, Ramal, system is lying idle. Please make sure that you make use of it once you get the Moon going. I said, don't worry, we'll talk. I'm still far away from getting there. So when I got the message that Skido had passed on, I was quiet for about an hour, and my thoughts were not so coherent. I let some time pass, and then I wrote an online tribute to him. And many people called me since that time, and I just thought I'll read a little bit to you about what others have to say. Tribute to a well-known jazz aficionado, Skido Naidoo from Mflatazana Township, Durban, who lived in Soweto in the 70s, among many musicians, and was closely associated with Ray Phiri, Stimela, Hot Sticks, Sipho Mabuza, the popular group Joy, and was a great friend to the three ladies of the group Joy, namely Felicia, Marion, Marilyn, Angelique, and his long association with the legendary bass player Sipho Gumede goes back 40 years. Over the years, he's been responsible for always encouraging the popular Afro jazz and fusion band Sakile to remain and continue with the music despite the hardships of the music industry and the lack of gigs. During the 80s, he was the main driving force for one of South Africa's best jazz bands, Spirits Rejoice, which was led by the legendary jazz saxophonist Duke Makazi. In the 90s, when Sakile came together for the third time, he was the rallying force behind the band and approached myself from the Moon Hotel to assist the band with accommodation, rehearsal venue, and performance gigs. His love and appreciation for African music was remarkable, a true and genuine friend who always came through for musicians, be it accommodation, food, booze, transport, and was never shy to assist financially in the 90s. I've seen it in my presence, how he assisted musicians financially. And whenever the exiled musicians returned in the 90s to Durban, Hugh Masekela and the trumpeter Kefa Semenya, the trombonist, stayed with Skido. So much so that Sipho Gumede titled a track on one of his albums entitled Skido. There's many of us in this room here, but no one really has a track named after us. So this shows how this people appreciated the special nature of Skido. And that will be remembered forever because the music of Sakile is in the archives of South Africa, and Sipho Gumede will never be a forgotten name. You heard Bongani playing bass. He was inspired by Sipho Gumede. His simplicity and his humble demeanor always placed him in good stead with the musician community. He had a great passion for fusion music, loved Weather Report and Yellow Jackets, and he had great awe and reverence for the pianist Lionel Pillay, who visited his home in 22 Collier Avenue. We had lunch together. Dicey prepared the most beautiful lunch, and he chatted with Lionel for many, many hours. And he drew one comparison with Lionel Pillay's album October Magic, and he compared it to the works of Weather Report and Yellow Jackets. South Africa has great talent. Somehow or other we have to find this talent, and we have to be able to export it to the rest of the world. This is what Skido strongly believed in. As all good things come to an end, he passed on Saturday, 12th August, at the age of 65. He left behind his wife, 2 beautiful children, and loving grandchildren. Anywhere you go in South Africa, in music circles, the name Skido will never be forgotten. You know, the one said the Beatles were greater than Christ. Similarly, Skido, in one sense, is even greater than Christ. His name doesn't only exist in South Africa. The great percussion player Leon Mobley from the USA, when he was working with Sipho Gumede in South Africa, he stayed for 1 month with Skido Naidoo. And they all found great comfort in his knowledge and the way he pursued the arts. May God guide and bless the family, long live his legacy, and may his soul rest in peace. The other part I want to just read to you a little bit, and it's important in an occasion like this that we read from our religious scriptures. And it's time, because Skido and I always met and we had this discussion. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where do I go? He was someone that was beyond this bodily concept of life. Of course, music took him to another realm, but he also understands from the spiritual point of view, where do you go from? So in Bhagavad Gita it is stated, Dehino asmin yata dehi, kumaram yuvanam jara tata dehantara praptir, dirastatra na muyate. As the embodied soul continually passes from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. Bhagavad Gita deals with 5 basic truths. Ishvara means God, the controller. Prakriti means material nature. Of the 14 planetary systems, we are in the middle planetary system. What is it that we do that we have come to the middle planetary systems and we're not higher up? So this is where the question that we have to ask in our life. And my good friend Skido was also very much searching in this direction. Carry some CDs, and we used to speak about the musical notes in microtones. This is what distinguishes the men from the boys, and Skido had great appreciation for all these things. So he's someone that really looked beyond this bodily concept of life. And do we really take our bank balance with us when death comes? Do we really take this beautiful home? I'm sorry, the hearse doesn't have a spare carrier to carry our extra luggage. So he understood this. This is why he lived such a charitable life, and he went on to achieve so many remarkable, great things. So I beg you, as we go forward in our life, let's learn something from the life of Skido. Am I really this body? Do I just come to exist for 50 or 60 years? Or do we want to learn how to transmigrate and reunite our relationship and become free from the cycle of birth and death? So Skido was someone that appreciated all these things, and let's give him a great musical farewell, because in our tradition we also say farewell to people musically. Can all of you take a deep breath and pick your hands up? Let's give him a mighty farewell. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Attention, and I wish Skido all the best on his journey back home, his journey back to Godhead.
More. Our next two speakers is Nise Malange, and she is the CEO of the Bat Center. Is, I would say, Skido's niece, the daughter of the late, great Sipho Gumede. If you ladies would like to come through together, thank you.
Good afternoon. Sanbonani. We are Skido's family. Can you come forward? Skido is a true son of the soil. Skido is a true African. Skido human. Skido is a brother, is a father, is a grandfather. Skido will never be the past. Skido will be the present because he will always be present to us. I just want to share one or two things. We decided with the Gumede family because Skido was Skido Naidoo, Skido Gumede. So that's why we decided to do this, because that's what Skido would want us to do as a family. Skido had names Mamwezi for a lot of our sisters in politics, because he had a special place for everyone. So he will give nicknames. Skido will open doors for me and scold me for being quiet and not to do things for the arts. Skido, indeed, was larger than life itself. He was loud. It's very difficult to talk of Skido in the past. But for us, we knew Skido for who he was, who stand for justice, for humanity. He will always be here. He will always be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sanbonan. Where do I begin? The memories take me back to the time when I first encountered Uncle Skido, who was practically my second dad. He was the cool dad. My dad was very strict, and if he'd start shouting at me, I'd always run to Uncle Skido,
because Skido would always protect me. I first met him back in the days when Dad resided in Mayfair West in Johannesburg. It was during that period that I had my first or my initial interaction with him alongside Auntie Dicey, Alicia, and Daryl. It was at their residence in Umhlatshuzana that I experienced my very first taste of the delicious fish chutney that Auntie Dicey prepared for us. Upon my relocation to Durban from Swaziland, Skido took it upon himself to secure a spot for me at Apollo School. When my dad approached the school, they said that the school was full. He practically walked into that school and demanded that they take me in, and they did. There were disagreements aplenty between me and my dad during my teenage years. My stubbornness was evident, yet Uncle Skido consistently intervened, reasoning with Dad and diffusing the conflicts. I recall him as the affable uncle. I have vivid memories of our time in Hillary. He used to live down the road from our house, well, up the road actually, when he would visit. The one time he visited to showcase his 325 IS car, BMW, which was proudly adorned with a Tuli Sabakalayo sticker. I was so excited about it. My dad was not impressed with me. He says, "Yo, the way you love cars, it's like you were born in an ambulance." He recognized my shared passion for sports cars, and he also loved designer clothes. So when I was a teenager, I loved wearing designer clothes. I think my mom here also. I was getting into trouble because I wanted the latest Levi jeans, your diesels and stuff. Uncle Skido used to wear all of those, so each time he'd visit the house, I'd say, "See, Dad, Uncle Skido has those jeans. I want those jeans too." And my dad was like, "No, Mr. Price jeans are perfect enough. You can wear your Mr. Price jeans." His kindness knew no bounds. I remain perplexed, though, at the close friendship he shared with my dad, given Dad's reserved nature and Uncle Skido's unreservedness. Skido was very loud. When he'd come to the house, you would know that Skido is there. They'd come there and they'd have cook-offs and they'd be cooking curries and everything. My late grandmother actually we used to call him Mosquito. Each time he'd come to the house, he'd say, "Yeah, and he was so generous. He'd always make sure that he has money for Gogo's beer. The void left by my dad's absence was deeply felt by Uncle Skido. He would reach out regularly. I'd expect a call from Uncle Skido at least once a month. And we would sit on the hours until it would get to a point where I'd be like, "Uncle Skido, I'm at work now. Please, I need to go." Piri and all the memories that they had. So he would reach out regularly, share anecdotes and fond memories, often during my working hours. These conversations spanning an hour or two were a way of him to reminisce about the past, his enduring connection with Dad and the good old times. He'd also inquire about our well-being, my kids, my mom's welfare, and all the siblings, and Mam Figiso as well. He'd even remind me to follow up on royalty payments related to Dad's collaborations with a certain artist. Uncle Skido was so profound that Dad composed and recorded a track titled Skido as a tribute to him. Currently, I'm immersed in a project that seeks to commemorate my dad, and Uncle Skido's involvement was paramount to this endeavor. I basically sat with him and he took me through Dad's history from the time he actually created his first musical guitar, the tin of fish oil. Daryl and Alicia, your father was truly remarkable. His pride in you both was evident, and he aspired for nothing but the best for you. While he had his flaws, our maturity now allows us to recognize that imperfection is universal. In some, these recollections evoke a deep sense of gratitude and nostalgia. They serve as a testament to the enduring impact of Uncle Skido and the cherished memories of our past. Rest peace. Kindly convey my greetings to my dad as you reunite. The lengthy conversations and spontaneous visits to spend time together will be dearly missed.
Viva Skido, viva! Viva Skido, viva! Long the spirit of Skido, viva! Long the spirit of Skido, long live! Long live the spirit of Skido, long live! Amandla! Amandla!
Thank you so much for that, Nisi and Tombi. We're going to have the band playing, band which is called now Friends of Skido, and they're going to render a song called Earth's Cry, Heaven Smiles. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. Really, Skido would be really excited by that. Family and friends, we need you to bear with us and be a bit patient. We know we've got a lot of speakers. Can be laborious and tiring at times, but if you look at the character of person that we are here to pay tribute to, this would happen. I now call upon Zbu Nzamande, who is the ANC branch representative for Ward 65, to please make his way forward to pay his tribute to Skido. Zbu Nzamande, please.
Iloskide simthandayo hasina. Iloskide simthandayo. Iloskide simthandayo hasina. Aluvalo. Iloskide simthanda. Amandla. To the family, the Naidoo family, program director, and the rest of the family, to the leadership present. I've seen the leadership of the ANC, to artists present, to fellow mourners, and to all the comrades, good morning. I will be very brief. And it's very difficult to speak about comrades wanted us to do, because when he passed on, his blood remained black, green, and gold. Now, I came across Skido in the early 90s. The ANC had an office in Isipingo, Durban South. It was a sub-region. And one of the secretary in that office was Comrade Mfundi Sbia. Skido used to frequent that office. We literally ran the office. But the ANC at the time had so many challenges, and it's important that I must say this. Somewhere in 1995, the ANC just couldn't pay rent in that office. And Comrade Mfundi literally had to beg Skido to pay for that office for quite some time. And that was Skido for you. One incident that perhaps I must just share with the fellow mourners and the family. In 1994, just before the election, Nelson Mandela visited Chatsworth, and there was a big rally here in Chatsworth Stadium. Now, all of us were seated very far from the stage, the main platform where Nelson Mandela was, because the security was very tight. Comrade Skido went past all the comrades, mainly those who were from branches, and he said to them, you see, I'm going to that platform next to Mandela. And we literally laughed, because we knew there was no chance he could get closer to that. Before we knew it, and we will always laugh about it, before we knew it, we saw him greeting Mandela there, shaking hands. We just didn't know how he got past the security. But later on, when we knew how connected he was, we knew exactly that he knew somebody who was part of the security personnel there, and that was Skido for you. The third part that perhaps will comfort the family, Skido literally lived with these comrades in Bellington. It's an informal settlement. And we're bringing the aspect of another Skido's life. The artists, they brought their aspect. We are bringing the aspect of the life he lived. It's an informal settlement. It's a poverty-stricken area. You literally go with us, provide support. As Comrade Megi was saying, that at times he will go and the comrades was almost killed. Two comrades, not very long ago. They literally ran and Skido took them. And nobody will go to Bellington. He took them and they lived with him in Hillary. There was also one part in his later part, and maybe speakers are not saying this, but we'll say it on his behalf, because that's what he would have wanted. Skido was genuine with himself. When it disagrees with you, he will tell you straight. He loved Zuma, President Zuma, so much. He believed in President Zuma. He will go to Nkandla. In fact, one of the Zuma's nephews this morning said, we called him Babu Mncane. On the day Zuma had to report to prison, Skido told us, I'm going there. Hey, we said, Skido, no, that's just, please don't do it. He said, no, I'm not going to stop anything, but I have to be with Ubaba. You called him Ubaba. I must be with Ubaba. He loves Zuma. We will say, but it's okay for Zuma to, he served his time now, he must be at home. He said, no, you guys don't understand. The way they are treating Zuma is not right. Obviously, we'll debate and debate and debate. I just thought I should share that because that was Skido for you. Skido will want us to have said this on his behalf as a branch. I don't want to list some of the things in the ANC. That bus, you will take that bus to Ulundi, it will go to Wamaphumulo. It was not fashionable in 2004, 2005, when the ANC eventually won power in KwaZulu-Natal, because it was the IFP. One of the buses, most people didn't have a bus with a podium. We will put it in Maphumulo, put a stand there, and they will campaign. But when the challenges of life came across, because all of us will experience challenges, Skido was hurt that some of the people he had helped did not pick up his phone. But one thing that made us to respect him even more, he remained an ANC comrade. He accepted in June last year to be elected to be in the BEC. In fact, he didn't deserve to be in the BEC. But he elected and he said, I don't accept this and that, but I will remain a member of the ANC. Long live the spirit of Comrade Skido, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Skido, long live. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Spoo. Our next speaker I will call to the podium is Linda Zama, who's a very good ANC comrade of Skido. And just a reminder, as people are leaving, we are asking you, please, we have meals available, so don't leave. The family has prepared meals for you. So please stay and join us for that as well.
The Naidoo family, friends, musicians, comrades, associates, all of you. Protocol is reserved. When I look at Skido's family, I am reminded of when I first met Skido. Sipa Kumede introduced him to me. He kept on saying, Linda, you must meet Skido. And the whole thing sounded like mosquito. So I thought Sipa was just joking. So finally I met Skido, the wiry, fiery, exuberant Skido. We became very close, actually. A sister, he called me sis, which made me feel good because it was a sign of respect, not that I wanted, but I was his sis. Sipo and Skido introduced me to somebody whose name was Chikapa, and then I kept on saying, who is that? That happened to be Ray Piri. Skido would give me work to do as a lawyer. There was Bafo, you call him Madala Gunene, we call Bafo, that is Madala. Skido was very supportive of artists. Our artists who didn't even have, those days, travel documents to actually go abroad and perform because they couldn't perform here. He provided, they practiced at the then University of Durban, Westville. Material support. That's how I even got to know who is a vegetarian, etc., etc. That was Skido because he would brief me. Because I did legal work for those artists free of charge because of my brother, Sipo and Skido, very supportive. I thought about the whole thing. How do I describe Skido? That came, fusion. Real, a man for all seasons, personality-wise, everything, fusion. Skido was everything in one tall, physical body, but there was something very special in him as a human being, something that we couldn't touch, but we experienced it. The love, the unconditional love. Somebody who taught us, actually, that it's not a big deal to be from Chatsworth. He would tell me about Mbumbulu, places I've never been to, in a rural, deep rural area. So what did I learn? And what is it that I would like to communicate to all of us here? the artists literally shared with us through music, through their craft, who this brother of ours has been. It's difficult for me to actually impute space and time because Skido is timeless. Skido is beautiful, timeless. That is what beauty is about. That is what love is about. Love. Dear family, I know the void you are actually experiencing. If we are also feeling that void, how much more you? But the beautiful thing is that your Skido was who he was as you described him to the rest of the South African community. Isn't that beautiful? In short, he left us with something very special, depending on who we are, that we are going to carry with us as long as we live. And that is what I call immortality. Go well, Skido. I know that we spoke about your smoking. I know that we spoke about the project, the Indo-African project you were working on. Somehow, that project needs to go on. Family, you are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. That was really, really a beautiful honor for Skido. I just want to share quickly a few messages. The first one is from Darius and Kathy Brubeck from the UK. And they say, we're very sorry to hear of Skido's passing. When we first arrived in Durban in 1983, Skido Naidoo was one of the very first people to welcome us into the local jazz world. His great support of the friendship with Sipho Gumede meant we developed a valuable connection with Sipho and many other musicians that Skido promoted and helped. We were honored when we were invited to Skido's wedding and met many of his relatives and friends. We send our sympathy to them now and a message of thanks that our lives was touched by Skido's committed, lively enthusiasm for music he loved. From Kathy and Darius Brubeck. Another message I'd like to read is on behalf of my youngest sister Janice, her husband Shaveen, her daughter Kiara, and son Shakil. The countless Christmas lunches we enjoyed with my brother Skido at Mama's place in Silver Glen were always filled with laughter and joy. Whenever he visited us in Johannesburg, we eagerly awaited those moments. Spending quality time at home and at our depot, there he loved driving the trucks, the motorbikes, and the cars, often alongside Shaveen and Shakil. Skido played a pivotal role in the planning, design, and construction of our Durban home. This home stands as a lasting tribute to him, one we will hold dear forever. The dedication and hard work he poured in, he cherished the times he spent with us, whether it was just over a meal, sharing stories, offering advice, or just lending a hand. His laughter, jokes, and profound love for music always resonated. He had an expansive knowledge, seemingly knowing something about everything. At family gatherings, dancing to We Are Family with his sisters was his favorite, always bringing a smile to his face. His pride and love for his family were evident. Skido was a man of style, class, and charisma. His musical passion was unparalleled, and he stood out as an intellectual leader and legend.
There's truly no one else like Skido. What remains etched in our hearts are the very precious memories, moments, and tales crafted during our shared times. We will miss him deeply, and we will always hold our love for him close. May he rest in everlasting peace until our paths cross again. With all our love, Janice, Shaveen, Shakil, and Kiara.
Thank you for that. We will have the band now playing a song in tribute to Skido.
Two, one, two. Basil. Two.
We got those things going on. We both know what's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. We meet every day at the same cafe, 6:30. I know she'll be there, all in hand, making all sorts of plans. What a pure black face of a favorite song. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. Mama, don't you worry, don't you worry, don't you worry. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong go now. We've got to be extra careful that we don't get our hopes up too high. She's got her own obligations, and so Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. Mama, don't you worry, don't you worry. don't you worry. We both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. She'll go her way, and I'll go my way. Tomorrow we'll meet the same place, same time. She'll go her way, I'll go my way. Tomorrow we'll meet the same place, same time. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We're gonna talk it over, talk it over, talk it over. Mrs. Jones, me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. We're gonna talk it over and over and over again. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Oh, 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 oh. Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones.
Thank you so much for that. That brings back lots of memories with myself and Skido. You know, I still remember we went to the Pelican Hotel, and Skido, there was a guy singing there, and he says, Pregs, cuz, let me call this guy and ask him to sing Me and Mrs. Jones for you. Because I love the song, and I think Skido did as well. And I won't forget those memories. I'm now going to call upon Pearline, who's Skido and my niece, and she's going to do the closing reflections. Pearline.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, we are gathered here to say our final goodbyes to a remarkable man, my Uncle Skido, who fondly called me Mazi. And now I'm not sure who's going to call me Mazi. But it'll be in my mind, it'll be in my heart, and I will make sure that the name Mazi never wears off. As we bid farewell to Uncle Skido, we are reminded of the incredible journey he undertook, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those he encountered. Uncle Skido was not just a man. He was a beacon of light that illuminated the lives. His presence was like a warm embrace, a reminder that kindness, generosity, and love are the true measures of a life well lived. His impact extended far beyond his professional achievements. He embraced his role as a brother, an uncle, and a devoted father to Daryl and Alicia, nurturing their dreams and instilling in them the values that have defined his own journey. His affection for his granddaughters, Camilla and Catalia, was a true testament to the enduring love that he shared with his family. Uncle Skido's boundless spirit reaches beyond his own kin. His support for the ANC and his involvement in the community showcased his dedication to causes larger than himself. His friendships with musical legends Sipho Kumede and Ray Piri reflected his ability to connect with greatness, highlighting his unique ability to bridge divides and bring together people. As we celebrate my Uncle Skido's life today, let us remember the lessons we learned from him. Let us remember his unwavering kindness, his affectionate laughter, and his genuine interest in the well-being of other people. His legacy lives in the story and the melodies he played. Though our heart aches with pain of his absence, let us find solace in the memories we hold dear to us. Uncle Skido's journey may have taken an unexpected turn, but his spirit will forever guide us. As we bid him farewell, let us also celebrate the vibrant and beautiful tapestry of the moments we wove into our lives. Rest in peace, Uncle Skido. Your song will forever echo in our hearts. We love you and miss you, and heaven is now your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearline. We have a few more tributes that Yushi will read out before we commence with the last parts of our program.
Hi. So I have a message from Stimela. Am I right there? Stimela. Our life is blessed with some of the amazing people like Skido, a compassionate friend and confidant, the people's band Stimela. I'm inspired by this great son of the soil, drum major of social justice, a champion of the nation, a compatriot who genuinely loved his country and its people. Tried and tested stalwart of the liberation struggle in our motherland. Thoughtful, kind, and caring, Skido Naidoo was a brother like no other to us all. He displays a magnificent presence amongst his compatriots. God's amazing grace made visible in our lifetime. If ever there is a mentor who is humble and modest, if ever there is a compatriot who is deeply patriotic, if ever there is a Kade who is diligent and astute, if ever there's a friend and a brother who is considerate and selfless, if ever there's a steward who is extremely committed and loyal, if ever there's a leader and a father who is generous and inspirational, that luminary is none other than Stimela's own #1 fan and supporter, Skido Naidoo. God bestowed him with eyes that do not judge others, but look beyond situations and always offer to helping hand to the needy and the vulnerable. He really saw the world through the eyes of a child and touched many hearts with his warm heart, always intentional about his efforts as well as his tireless and selfless attitude. What a wonder to behold. Together with the legendary Stemela during the trying times of the liberation struggle in Amanzi, Skido whisper in the deep to fiercely speak the truth to power and become the voice of the disenfranchised, voiceless masses of our people. He exalted all to look and listen and decide to work for all. We salute this great soul, Skido Naidoo, the highland drifter who left us and left his footsteps to emulate as we continue to execute the social against inequality, poverty, greed, and corruption. As we advance the protection of the giants, Madiba put it when he said, "There can no longer be a greater gift than that of giving one's time and energy to help others without expecting anything in return." May his soul rest in eternal peace. Tribute by the Stemela Band. I have another two that Alicia wants me to read. The one from a good friend, Kaya Mashlangu. He says, "I first met Skido in 1981 when Sakile was formed. Sakile was Sipho Gumeda's band. It took an immediate liking for the band and became more a fan. He became our brother. He sacrificed his beetle to help us doing a runaround in Durban, of which we were greatly appreciative. Zulu Boy, as we fondly addressed him, was loving and caring because of his deep love for music and that we were creating. We'll forever remember his wonderful soul and he will definitely be sadly missed and dearly remembered. Rest in eternal peace, brother, and look out for Sipho Gumede, Jabun Kosi, Begi Kunene, Kwazi Shlange, to prepare a place for us to reconnect in the heavenly space. May you rest in heavenly peace. So long live Zulu Boy until we meet again. Long live Kaya Mashlango." Okay, and then there's one from Krishna Rabilal. It's from the Krishna Rabilal Foundation, and it says, "It is with great sadness that we heard of the passing of Comrade Skido Naidoo. Skido was a man of exceptional high value who gave everything to the cause of liberating us from the shackles of apartheid and building a democratic South Africa. His convictions came not from a book, but from his own experience. Go well, my dear brother, friend, and comrade. Go well." Thank you. Okay, for some of you that didn't know, we had learned this very, very recently. Skido actually became a Buddhist in the last couple of months, and he started to practice Buddhism. And today we have a Buddhist priest that's going to lead us in a bit of prayer to honor Skido. Vandan.
Peace be to all beings. We meet here today to bear witness to our love and respect for one who is no longer with us, that is Skido Naidoo. Skido was a humanitarian. He was a dedicated comrade of the African National Congress, and he was a music aficionado. There is some resonance between jazz musicians and Buddhism. There is John Coltrane, Herbie Hancock, because jazz music is a type of meditation in music, especially when they're jamming. At this juncture, I would just like to say that Skido had read a lot of books on Buddhism. Became absorbed in this particular religion, in the meditations and doctrine. So to begin, I would say Namo Tassa Bhagavatu Arahatu Sama Sambuddhassa. That is in the ancient Pali language. It says, I pay homage to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened One. And Buddham Saranam Gacchami, to the Buddha for refuge I go. Sangam Saranam Gacchami, to the Sangha for refuge I go. Dharma Gacchami, to the Dharma, which is the teachings, for refuge I go. Fast advocate for the downtrodden, weaving threads of empathy and equality. With the grace of Buddha's teachings, you embrace the path of enlightenment. Through the pages of wisdom, you found solace in the noble truths guiding your steps towards a world that is free from suffering. Your heart is a sanctuary of kindness, and you embrace the melody of interconnectedness, nurturing bonds that transcend time and space. As the notes of jazz danced through your life, your soul soared alongside the harmonies, a testament to your vibrant spirit. Friend to Sipo Gomede, Sakila, Joy, Spirits Rejoice, Hot Sticks, and other luminaries, you shared the language of music, which is a universal language that resonated with the universal truth of impermanence. We all are destined one day for our lives to end. But in the meantime, life is like a melody that we should live. Husband, father, grandfather, and friend, your love extended like ripples on a tranquil pool, touching lives with warmth and understanding. In the symphony of your existence, you embodied the essence of Buddhism. You fostered social cohesion. You reached across the color lines and ethnic lines and race lines and all the lines to divide mankind. You reached and fostered social cohesion through your actions and beliefs. Now, as you embark on the next chapter of your journey, which is not ended, may you find eternal serenity merging with the cosmic melodies that encompass us all. May your legacy inspire others to follow the path of compassion, justice, and unity, guided by the light of Buddha's wisdom. In this sacred place, we honor your memory, knowing that your spirit continues to harmonize with the universe's boundless song. Let us just take 1 minute of silence, because in silence sometimes we can reach God and cosmic awareness. Just 1 minute of absolute silence. In this silence, we are connecting with the spirit of Skido, whom I'm sure is looking on now at this very ceremony as it's taking place. And he's recognizing all the people that have come here to pay him honor before he departs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you so much. We have a video tribute that Alicia has requested that we play.
It was with a great sense of shock and sadness that we learned of the passing on of our brother Skido, a patriot, brother, father, son, a family man, a friend, one of our very own. Skido's love for the band Stimela was so immense. He knew Stimela inside out and shared with us even during the toughest of times. As Stimela, we would like to take this opportunity and send our deepest, sincerest condolences to Skido's family, friends, his kids, and broader community who knew and loved him. For us, we celebrate a man who gave more than what was asked of him. We celebrate a man who would never be confined by any societal stereotyping such as race and class. We celebrate a true South African, a Stimelaholic. We bow our heads in salute to you, child of the soil. Gumede, Kwabe, Mgunikayeyeye, Phakathwayo, hamba kahle Mkhondo.
I think this program has started at about 10:15, and it's almost close to 2 o'clock. And we've had people that have paid tributes to Skido throughout that period of time. And it's amazing what he had accomplished in his life, the people's lives that he had touched, his generosity, his helpful nature, his love for music, his caring for artists that were in trouble. These are aspects and attributes of people very rare. And Skido has epitomized something that we would say in certain aspects is a saintly way of living. As his cousin, I've heard so much here today and realized I knew so very little. I just knew Skido as my cousin. As young boys, we used to fight a lot. We never got on as little boys, but as we grew up, that respect for each other was there. And I think it's a time, Skido's passing away is a reflection on you, all of you, to look at your families and think about family and how we need to strengthen it. You know, I was surprised when Skido phoned me for our birthday because we share the same birthday. And normally I would be getting up earlier and trying to call him earlier to wish him happy birthday. But this year he surprised me. He called me very early. And you know, I made a comment, which I'm not going to say now, but I said, hey cuz, you're calling me so early, what's the story, you know, with you? He just laughed about it and says, no, we have to meet and we must chat. And we had a chat for over half an hour, which was very strange. We've never done that in the past. So I think Skido had a premonition of what was going to happen. And he was stubborn in terms of not wanting medication. He was the person that wanted all organic stuff. And that's what he was telling me. And I said, but Skido, you need to see a doctor. He says, no, I don't need these doctors. I think I'm fine where I am. But everybody has a purpose on earth. And that is one very profound thing I was asked once. What are the two most important parts or times in your life? And of course, the guy said, I'll give you a hint. The first one is when the day you were born. And he says, what do you think the second one was? And I said, the day you die. He says, no. So we had a few guesses on this because I was leaving to India and these were friends of mine that had come down to wish me well. And we were having a function at home. And he says, the second most, and I thought this was one of the most profound things in my life that affected me. And I'd like to share this with you. He says, you know, the second most important thing in your life, the day you discover what your purpose on earth is for. The day you discover your purpose on earth is the most profound, second most important thing in your life. Because then you know where you're going to and what you need to do. So I would think my cousin Skido has found it. He found his purpose. He has delivered on his mandate on earth. He has accomplished what he needed to and he's helped people where he needed to. And he's created structures and organizations to make things happen. I'm so proud to say that he was my cousin. I want to end my part of this entire I'm not sure whether to call it a function or a funeral. Before I leave, I've been asked by the family to deliver a vote of thanks. With the vote of thanks, there were so many people that have contributed in some way to trying to ease the burden for Dicey, Daryl, and Alicia and their families. So the family would like to thank all those that had given them the strength to bear this great loss, have been there to support them through this trying time. Also, a vote of thanks to all the artists that were here today, that had taken time out of their busy schedules to be here, to play for their brother, their friend Skido. To all the artists, we want to say thank you so much. The family humbly appreciates that. To all of you seated here, and to those that have come in and left, we want to say thank you. Thank you for coming to pay your tributes to my cousin, our brother, father. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the beautiful words from all our speakers. Thank you for making us aware in those different sectors what Skido had contributed to this country. And we want to say also the family would appreciate it if you do not leave, because meals have been provided for you, and if you go out through the middle door and you turn right and walk left, right again, you will get to a place called Hall 2s, quite visible in red. Meals have been provided for you there. Please partake of the meals. That is such an important thing in our culture that you eat. We call it dukasado. It's been provided. Have the dukasado because that's part of the spirit that the family would like. It actually gives everyone more strength when you participate in those meals. My part of this entire ceremony now is coming to an end, and I'm now going to leave you in the capable hands of the presiding priest and Raj, so that the musicians will take over, and I think Tevarums will be sang, and he will now conduct the rest of the program in terms of the music aspect and the rituals that need to be done. From my side, thank you so much for bearing with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move to the Lord's Prayer. We will invite the family members to come at a time and offer those the last goodbye. We are calling for the family members to please come. Celebrity party, we all rise. Is the honor, always is that forward.
Those who are going to the crematorium, the family cars, please jump in. The family cars, yeah, there's 5 cars. Family members, 5 vehicles.
This one there. This one check here. This one my baby.
Abhishek.
Okay.
Yes.
Who's organizing the water? Christopher? Water. Namo. You know how to do the Namo, yeah? After.
Yeah, that's right. Put one finger inside. One dot. Wash your hand. You're gonna dish the rice here. All as much as you can with your hand. Scoop inside. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Harihi Om Shri Guru Jnanam Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gurave Sabaloganam Vishvarogana Sabatyanam Sri Dakshina Murtaye Namaha Suklam Bharadam Vishnum Sashitupajam Pasapa Shantahe Om Gajanana Patmakam Gajanana Mahaunisham Anekadantam Bhaktanam Yegadantam Upasmahe Om Gananam Tva Ganapatiham Vamahe Kavin Kavinamu Vashtavashkanam Chestarajam Brahmanan Brahmanaspata Anvanuti Visira Sadhanam Om Maha Ganapati Yenamaha Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevai Dhimahi Tanno Ruddra Prachodayata Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevai Dhimahi Tanno Harichanda Prachodayata Om Ada Shatye Namaha Om Andaya Namaha Om Dharmaya Namaha Om Vaigye Namaha Om Aishwaraya Namaha Om Patmaya Namaha Om Patmasanaya Namaha Om Harichandasanaya Namaha Om Harichandra Murtaye Namaha Om Harichandra Ye Namaha Dubam Agabayami. Okay, Om Harichanda Ye Namaha Navedyam Navedayami. Count down. Om Tat Purushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Harichanda Prashodayata. Om Harichanda Ye Namaha. Dupam Navedyam Katpuram Naranjanam Samapayami. Om Namasivaya Namaha. Om Namasivaya Namaha. Om Namasivaya Namaha. Sankara Siva Sankara Siva Sankara Siva Sankara 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 Sankara Siva Sankara Siva Sankara Siva Sankara.
Skido Naidoo. I have one speaker here, and if you were at the hall, you realize we had lots of people that were speaking and paying some very, very proud tribute as to the nature of Skido. And his passing away would definitely be leaving a void in the community of Durban
spirit of a genuine South African. For me, Skido Naidoo was the person that embraced the principles of the Freedom Charter on which the constitution of this country has been built on. Skido used to be everywhere. He was omnipresent. If it was a political rally, it was a cultural event, it was a musical get-together, Skido Naidoo was there. And he was this larger-than-life character whose presence was always promoted. He was amazing in the sense that he had this aptitude for music. Many a time I was sitting next to him and he whispered in my ears, hey, the bass is not so good. He would be able to tell you that the technicians have not done their job, they're not giving up the best sound to the audiences. He loved music. I would believe in the 1970s, a turbulent time in South Africa, Skido Naidoo was living in Soweto. Well, it was a hotbed of political activity at that time in junction in the history of our country. Therefore, we were not surprised when we see Skido walk in with 3-4 hot sticks Mabusa. He walked in with great Piri of Stimela group. He was known to the group Joy. I think you're all familiar with that great South African group. He was so well known amongst all the musicians. And this is why I say, for me, to think the real true South African was that he saw no race, he saw no culture, he didn't care about your cultural background, your religion, anything like that. He saw humanity everywhere. And that was the principles and philosophy of his life. And let it be known he was also controversial. He would not stay quiet when there was a debate taking place. And he was not afraid to stand up and say you are wrong. And I know one afternoon we were standing outside Zach's restaurant in Musgrave, and there was this family of a certain politician of Chatsworth who was a known collaborator who took part in the tri-family system. And he went straight up to them, pointed his finger and said, your family were collaborators. And that was Skido. He spoke his mind. He was principled. He really was one of the people that we admired so much. Once I was in the great period of Stella, and he was just saying that Skido was not just a friend, was just not a companion when he came to Durban or when he joined us. He said Skido was a brother in the true meaning of the word. Now here's an international musician, accomplished musician, speaking glowing terms about Skido Naidoo. He was a political activist. He was in all of our campaigns. He walked the streets of Chatsworth, Phoenix, wherever. But the one thing about Skido was, he would be everywhere. You go to Wentworth Township, you see Skido. From Ashu, Lazi, Maxus, wherever, Skido was there. There was an event happening, he was there. And he had friends of different backgrounds. And he was a truly amazing human being. Gone too soon, my friend. I remember our last meeting when your sister had launched this great production, the show on Aladdin. And we had a great conversation which spoke about how we need to record the musical history of South Africa and how it was intertwined with our freedom struggle. How those who went into exile, those who were inside the country. It's a project we never got done with. But maybe it's a legacy he leaves behind us. He captured a rich
musical history and tapestry of music in South Africa, in particular black jazz music. And Skido really enjoyed jazz. He embraced it, and while some of us were still into pop and rock, he understood jazz and the meaning of it, and he could explain so many things about it. Joel, our dear friend and comrade, we will certainly miss you. To the Marie family, Naidoo family, the wife, the children, may God grant you the strength and courage to sustain such a heavy loss. Your loss is our loss. We will also experience the same void in your lives that you are going to experience. And I wish that the Lord grant you that strength to sustain such a heavy loss. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Skido Naidoo. Unfortunately, time does not permit us to have many other speakers today, but I see most faces here.
Prince was very close to him. Prince, we were very close to him. I just want to say a few words.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Because of time, I also want to go. Maybe I must actually thank the family for affording us an opportunity to know Skido. He gave us a very remarkable person. Politically, in the music sense. Very strange how Skido was. I remember at some time, I think it was 1998, he took me to Alexander. And I never thought that this man would be that popular. I mean, Alexander is in Gauteng and Joburg. And there they had a name for him, they called him a moving boutique. So I was the only youngest there. It was me, the late Ray Peter and Siko Mabus. And I said, why they call him the moving boutique? They said, hey, this man always in the morning, even when he sleeps with a cow. So I started to change my look as well, to say, look, I need to be very presentable. But at the late stage, I also befriended Skido. Me and him used to be regulars at the chairman's, the chess club. So we would go there and stubborn as he is and a critic, he would always tell people that you always come and we come here, we pay and we play one song every time. And we always laugh about that. But one thing that makes me very excited and laughing is that we also gave him another name. We call him Rock My Soul. He would leave you and say he's going to buy food. He comes, he has maybe 10 boxes of Rock My Soul of chicken liquor. So that name became his name. But the sad part is that on Wednesday, I just came back from Joburg. And we were chatting, and he says to me, hey, why are you so down? I said, hey, I just arrived and there's no electricity. And little did I know what he said to me. He said, you're worried about electricity. You must worry about one day I won't be next to you. And I never thought this day would come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prince. You know, as we said, time permitting, we would have been allowing people to talk, but we ended up having people chat with tomorrow, paying tributes. So we are sorry to those that we have not given the chance to pay tributes to our dear cousin, brother, family, friend. The family just wants me to inform you as well that on the 26th of August, would be the 16-day memorial prayer for Skido. They will post the venue for the event and when it's going to happen. But just note the date, 26th of August. From the family, we'd like to say thank you to everyone for being here. This strength of people being here to support us and say our financial needs to Skido is well appreciated. Yes. The other thing is, please, we would like you to please proceed back to the hall when you are done here, because meals are waiting for you so that you can have something to eat with the family. As I told you at the hall, if you were not there, it's important in our culture that we feed. The Dukku Sadhu that we feed is an important thing, so come back and eat, because that gives spirit, that soul, that didn't go rest. So from our side, thank you so much. God bless you.
As we remember, many will remember Skido as a local hero, an aficionado of melodies, a township legend, a successful businessman and entrepreneur, a benefactor and an ANC comrade, a man larger than life itself, a man no one could ever forget if they had ever been in his presence. He ran a brilliant race and sadly was called to the heavens so unexpectedly. Skido was born in Malvern on June 30th, 1958 to Anjul Sambia Naidoo and Munyama Naidoo Savi. His early years were spent on their property on Stella Road, later moving to Umshlatazana. He attended Umshlatazana Primary and thereafter Glenover Secondary, Orient High and ML Sultan Technical College. His father, Anjul Sambia, passed away on May 5th, 1973, when Skido was in his early teens. As he grew up under the loving care of his doting grandma, Taima, Auntie Sita, Uncle Ghana, and his mother. After his successful start in his career in Durban, he moved to Johannesburg to pursue his trade as an electrician. During this time, his political activism was sparked. He spent time with his friends in Soweto, where he became fluent in several Nguni languages. He returned to Durban and married Dicey Govender and had 2 children, Deson and Alicia, and flourished in business. Skido moved back to Malvern in the 1990s, where he bought a house in Fremantle Road. Skido's love for jazz, arts and culture, and politics made him fluent in many circles and was an engaging conversationalist who was well versed on many subjects. Regular jam sessions were held in his homes, which housed many musical instruments. Skido crossed many barriers and borders and mingled with the greats. He became a firm friend to musicians Sipho Gumeda and Ray Piri, both legendary guitarists whom he admired greatly. Skido was immensely saddened by their passing and endeavored to keep their legacies alive. Skido's sense of style was inspired by his father, a prominent fashion designer. Later on, he acquired his own sense of style and set trends. Skido's enjoyment of music and entertainment started as a member of a bugle band in high school where he played the trumpet. He later opened a club and also paid tribute to the music legends by investing in Legends Restaurant in Musgrave. Skido became an ardent ANC supporter in his youth and later on readily provided sound engineering for the party's rallies and functions. He also actively canvassed and mentored the ANC youth members. He crossed paths with Jacob Zuma, who he held in high esteem, and became a personal friend to him and his family. As the only brother to his sisters, he was showered with adulation, love, and care. He displayed great affection to his siblings, his nieces and nephews, as well as their children. He relished the moments he spent with the little ones and used the time spent with them as teaching moments. He had deep affection and looked forward to spending time with his granddaughters, Kimia and Catalia. He was extremely proud of his daughter Alicia, a law graduate, and his son Deson, a reputable businessman. He showered them with praise and motivated them to succeed. Skido was a high achiever that drove his dream, lived in his dream, and achieved respect from many. He had exceptional talent and was immensely creative, energetic, and dedicated to whatever he pursued. He was sometimes ahead of time, innovative, and project-driven. His influence was felt across generations, colors, and creeds. His exuberance and excitement when undertaking new projects to which he learned his exceptional skill and knowledge was remarkable. He lent support when friends and family were in financial difficulty and needed a helping hand or a favor, and always opened his home to his friends. His generosity was always evident. His friends enjoyed great company, comfy accommodations, and excellent food in his home. His hospitality was unsurpassed. Skido's endearing quality is that he loved unconditionally. Little things people did for him made him happy and grateful. Being Skido Naidoo's son, he had huge shoes to fill, and he did so with gusto. He talked the talk and walked the walk, and he has now reunited with his late father, uncles, brother-in-law, and fallen brothers and sisters. Till we meet again.